Good morning, Belong community and family. If you could be making your way in, we're going to get started with day 2. Thank you. Come on in. I trust everyone is well rested, and if not, you're filled with the Holy Spirit, and it will take you through the rest of today. So let's get started with just a couple quick housekeeping things. Hopefully y'all had a great time last night with the kickoff, with the movie, with our keynote, with games, and there was some pretty good karaoke going on last night. I mean, let's just keep it real. There was some karaoke happening last night. That was a lot of fun. Today's program, though, is going to be a little bit different. We'll get started here in just a moment. And today is when you're going to get to hear from even more of the community. And, you know, yesterday we were community because we were just kind of coming together. But today we're going to be family. Today's the Belong family. Amen? So up on the screen shortly is going to be a QR code, and I mentioned to you yesterday and encouraged you all to take lots of pictures and to take videos. And so this QR code is a link to the Belong Google Drive, and you are free to upload your pictures and your media directly to this drive. And again, just a reminder, we want you to make memories. And part of that, you know, memories are one of the things that Satan can never take away from us, right? It's so important for us to make memories because at some point after we depart from this event, the accuser is going to come and try to convince you that you didn't have as great a time as you really did. And there'll be times when we're susceptible to those kinds of attacks, but pictures and videos and the memories help us battle against those attacks when they come. So I encourage you to take as many pictures as you like and then share them with us. And if you haven't done so already, make sure you take some selfies and some pictures in front of the Belong Gala banner out in the lobby. And I invite you, if you'd like to take a picture with me, I'd love to take a picture with every single one of you. So please don't be shy. Come grab me gently and say, hey, Marty, let's go take a picture. And I'll say, yeah, let's do it. All right? So please, throughout the day, go back and we'll put this QR code up a few more times throughout the day so you have access to it. And we'd love to see those pictures. One of the things that came about last night was people started, there's some chatter, and maybe you've heard some of this, wondering, are they going to do Belong again? Are they going to do it like next year? You're just going to have to stay tuned. Make sure I'll give you not a spoiler, but just make sure you're at church this afternoon, okay? And then I've even heard some chatter about, I wonder if Belong could come to my city, to my church. And I just put my seatbelt on when I hear those things because I know what that means. But we'll see. Let's have some talks. All right, so for the rest of today, let's start with this morning. Yesterday we did a non-verbal icebreaker, right? We got you up and moving, and you found out that you have a lot of friends with the same interests that you have. And you may recall, and if you weren't here last night, welcome today. But we split into different groups according to our interest stickers. So I hope everyone got their interest stickers. We did an activity that allowed everyone to see what everyone's interests are, and we moved around this room. Well, this morning, we're gonna take that to the next level. Last night, we did a nonverbal, you didn't have to talk if you didn't want to, but you know what? A lot of you were talking last night. I mean, there was some chatter going. This morning, though, our icebreaker event is gonna be different, and I'll draw your attention over to the rows of chairs that are set up over there. And maybe you notice them and wondering, why are those chairs set up that way? Well, that's for this morning's icebreaker. And so the way this is going to work is on every seat, there is a card that's going to outline and give you some ideas for very brief conversations with different people. So the way it's going to work is in just a moment, we'll go over, and if you are sitting in a chair that is facing the wall, you are going to move after every conversation 1 seat to the right. If you are seated in a chair that is facing away from the wall, so you're not looking at the wall, you will not be moving. You will be staying in your seat. On those cards are some ideas, some prompts, some questions that you might ask the person who's sitting in front of you. Now here's the catch. And there's also a pen there, so if you want to write some things down, you can. Here's the catch. We're calling this speed friending. So you will only have 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes total for you and the person sitting across from you to have whatever conversation it is that you want to have. No pressure here, though, because you're only there for 3 minutes. So you already have each other's name. You already see each other's interests. So you can talk about whatever you'd like, or you can follow what's on the card. If you'd like to exchange phone numbers, you can write them down. You can put them in your phone. If you want to exchange Instagram or email or whatever it is that you'd like to do, or just write down their name, you can do whatever it is that you'd like. But every 3 minutes, we're going to rotate. And so again, if you are seated in a chair that's facing the wall, after 3 minutes, you're going to move 1 chair to the right. If you are seated in a chair that's facing away from the wall, you're going to stay put. And so we're going to do this, and you're going to get to visit with about anywhere between 10 to 15 people. And the idea is, last night you got to move around and see who might have some same interests as you with no conversation required. But now that we're going from community to family, now we can have a 3 minute, or not even 3 minutes, a 1.5 minute conversation with the other person. All right? Any questions? Because I want to make sure everybody understands. Anything I can clarify further about our icebreaker, our speed friending? Has anyone ever done speed friending before? Okay, so we've got some OGs in the room, some speed friending experts. That's great. Any questions? All right, in a moment we'll dismiss and go over to that. When we're done, I'll make an announcement, and then our first sessions are going to be happening. And there'll be one session in this room that's specifically designed for our friends with autism. If you are neurodivergent, then you'll stay in this room and you get to learn from Brooke. Where's Brooke? Will you raise your hand? Look, all the way from Boston, Mass. And if you are here and you don't have autism, but you're married to someone who does, or have a loved one, a friend, a child, a grandchild, or someone like that, then your session is going to be located down in the studio, and you get to learn and sit at the feet of my new friend, May Roberts. May, where are you? There's May. And you are in for a treat in both cases, because I've seen what they're going to be talking about, and it's pretty good. Let me just tell you, it's pretty good. All right, any questions? After that first session, you've got a break until we have lunch at 11:30. Lunch will be again provided in here this time by McAllister's Deli, and you will have an option to go vegetarian if that's your jam. Roast beef, turkey, chicken, you're getting a cookie, you're getting chips, there'll be drinks, and all of that will be set up for you by our awesome, good-hearted volunteers. All right? So after your sessions are done, you have some free time until 11:30. We're moving the karaoke machine out of the studio into the hub fellowship room. So if you need to get your jam on, that's where it will be located. There'll also be games in there. And throughout the day, we're going to have lots of snacks. Some healthier snacks, some less healthier snacks. But those will be up to you to enjoy, and those will be in the fellowship room, the hub, as well. All right? Are we ready? Are we ready to get our speed friending on? All right, I'm not going to tell you what seat to sit in. I'm going to let you choose, but you've got a couple of rows over here. And again, if you're facing the wall, then after your 3-minute speed friending conversation, we'll let you know when to move, and you can move one seat to the right. Ready? Let's get up. Go ahead and make your way over. Pick your seat and get to meet some new friends. Okay, we're gonna wait till everyone gets in their seats before we start our timer. All right, are we ready? Go ahead and take your seats. Oh, just a second. Okay, we'll give you 2 seconds if you need it. Are we ready? Okay, in 3, 2, 1, speed friend. Diana? And just like that, 3 minutes goes by so fast. All right. Say thank you to the person you just got to visit with. And remember, if you're facing the wall, you are now going to move one seat to your right. And if you're at the end, you're going to go all the way to the left. Ready? 3, 2, 1, move. And we'll let people move to the end, and we'll start our timer. Three, two, one. Speed friend, you have 3 minutes. You know what they say, time flies when you're having fun. Can you imagine 3 minutes went by already? All right, you know what to do. If you're facing the wall, stand up, thank your friend, and move one seat to the right. See, now y'all don't even want to stop talking. That's what's so great about this. Stand up and move one seat to the right if you're facing the wall. Okay. All right, here we go. We're going to start our next round of speed friending in 3, 2, 1. Speed friend. Oh my goodness. Say it isn't so. 3 minutes went by even faster than the last 3 minutes. I think God is adjusting the universal time clock or something. All right, everybody, say thank you and say hello and goodbye and all of those things to your new friend. If you're facing the wall, go ahead and stand up. Move to your right. And I see you guys are you're more familiar. You're figuring this thing out. All right, we're moving faster now. All right, we're going to start our new timer in 3, 2, 1. Speed friend. Here we go again. All right. Say thank you to your new friend. Nice to meet you. We'll stay in touch. Go ahead and stand up if you are facing the wall and move over one more seat. Some of you just don't want to leave. You've made such good friends, you don't want to move, but you have the rest of the day to still fellowship with them. And if you've exchanged information, you can stay in contact. All right, go ahead and make your move. Okay, here we go. We're going to start our next 3 minutes in 3, 2, 1. Speed friend. Another round of speed friending has come to an end. Did you enjoy meeting your new friend? I hope so. Now it's time to meet a new friend. Wrap up your conversations. Say your thank yous and salutations. If you are facing the wall, go ahead and stand up. Move to the right. If you're at the end of a row, go ahead and go all the way to the other end, Gabby. There you go. All right, let's keep this speed friending party going, shall we? The next 3 minutes will begin in 3, 2, 1. Speed friend. I mean, even I was surprised how fast those 3 minutes just went by. I heard the bell, and I had to look up and say, is that really time? Well, I'm sad to say, it's really time. All right. Wrap up your conversations with your new friend. Give your thank yous. Share your last bit of information. If you are facing the wall, go ahead and stand up. And move one person over to your right. Once again, if you're at the end of the row, you will go from one end all the way over to the other. There we go. All right, speed frienders, not speed racers, speed frienders. Speed frienders. Let's start our next 3 minutes in 3, 2, 1. Speed friend. Here we go again. All right, speed frienders. Say goodbye and thank you to your new friend. And if you're facing the wall, this time when you stand up, I have a new instruction for you. Ready? Go ahead and stand up if you're facing the wall. But this time, as you stand up, before you move, I would like you to turn to your left and wave at our friends Kristen Wright and Todd Assad and invite them to come over and join you in speed friending. Kristen, where are you? Oh, there you are. Todd, where are you? There you are. Don't you want them to come join you, speed frienders? They have a lot to contribute. All right, there we go. Speed frienders, go ahead and move over one seat. We're going to get your next round started here in just a moment. We'll let you get settled. Someone might need to be gentle with Todd and explain to him what we're doing. Kristen, too. Go ahead and find your next seat, speed frienders, and we'll start your next 3 minutes in 3, 2, 1. Speed friend. And just like that, you've made another friend. How about that? All right, speed frienders, this is your 3-friend warning. You have 3 more friends to meet, and we'll be done with our speed friending and we'll be moving on. 3 more. So if you're facing the wall, you know what to do by now. But in case you're Kristen or Todd, if you're facing the wall, go ahead and stand up, move over one person to your right, be sure to say thank you to your new friend, exchange your information or whatever it is you're going to do. If you are at the end of a row, remember you're going from one end to the other end. And I see some friends from Chicago that just got in. If you're from Chicago, we want you to join us with making some new friends. Come on in, find a seat. Come on in, y'all. Good to see you. Good morning. And let me just remind everybody, welcome home. This is your home. You belong. Here we go. We're going to start our next 3-minute speed friending in 3, 2, 1. Speed friend. Okay, speed frienders, belong family. This is now your 2-friend warning. You have the opportunity to make 2 more new friends. So say goodbye and thank you to your new friend in front of you right now. You guys don't want to move. I see what's happening. Y'all are into this. All right, but we got to keep moving. This is speed friending, not slow friending. Go ahead and stand up. If you are facing the wall, move to your right in front of one new friend. If you're at the end of the row, you'll go all the way to the other end. You have 2 more friends to go. All right, here we go. You're already getting started. That's all right. All right, speed frienders, we're going to start our 3 minutes in 3, 2, 1. Speed friend. Oh my gosh, see, I wasn't even up here when the bell went off because 3 minutes goes by so fast. Whew, you agree, Brooke? Yeah, all right. Speed frienders, you are about to go meet your next friend. This is the last speed friending friend opportunity that you'll have in this activity, but don't let that be the last time that you speed friend with someone else while you're here at Belong, and even after we have to part ways. All right, if you're facing the wall, you know what to do. Stand up. You're going to move a spot to your right. Some of you just don't want to leave that person. I understand. I get it. All right, Belong family, speed frienders, make it count. This is your last round of speed friending. We'll start your 3 minutes in 3, 2, 1. Speed friend! All right, speed frienders, Belong family, the time has come. This concludes our speed friending activity. Say your final thank yous and temporary goodbyes to the new friend in front of you. Make sure you have their Facebook, Instagram, cell phone, email address, blood type, all that good stuff. All right, now if I might get your attention, I have a couple friends standing on the stage next to me. Everyone give a shout out to Colby and Christine Holloway. Why do I have them standing up here, you might be wondering. I'm about to tell you. Part of the reason why I've asked you to take pictures and videos and make memories and then upload them to the QR code, can we put the QR code back up, please? Is, again, this is a way for us to combat how Satan likes to attack us and get us, after we're gone from this weekend, get us to try to think, oh, it wasn't really that fun. Oh, it wasn't really that great. You didn't have that good a time. Stop in this moment and think about how you're feeling right now. Those are all lies. The way to combat against that are capture the memories and pictures and videos and upload them. That's what Christine and Colby are gonna help you do by, they're gonna have a cell phone and a microphone, and they're going to be going around asking you to do a short interview. Just ask you how you feeling about Belong, where are you from, what do you like. You can do it, you can not do it, but I really hope you'll do it. And then we'll be posting those as well, because remember, think about the people back home that should be here that aren't here. Many of you have told me about them already. They need to hear your voice. They need to hear about your experiences. So when you see Christine and Colby, you can go up to them and ask them, hey, can I talk to you? Can I do an interview? Or if they come up to you, if it's a good time for you, then I hope you'll consider giving them a short interview, all right? So we're going to take the next 10 to 12 minutes to use the restroom if you need to, take a quick break, and then we're gonna transition into our sessions. We're a little bit behind our schedule, but that's okay because this is Belong. I mean, look at the chairs. They're not even in certain, specific rows. Those are not stained, by the way. Those rows, we're gonna change them. So we don't have to color inside the lines if we don't want to, and that's okay. So we're gonna take the next 10 or 12 minutes, get up, get your things, go to the restroom. The neurodivergent session with Brooke Caswell is gonna be in here. Everyone wave to Brooke, there she is. And then for neurotypical families, you're gonna be with May Roberts. Where's May? There's May. You're gonna be down in the studio. So you can either go out this door down the hallway, or you can go around out that door, past the bathrooms, and then find your way to the studio. We're gonna be starting at 10:30 in each of those locations. Ready? Break. All right, everybody, if you are here for Brooke Caswell's session, come on in, get a comfy seat. Making sure that you're in the right place. Brooke is going to be speaking from a neurodivergent perspective. I'll let her introduce her own session. If you are looking for this session with May Roberts on how to live well while loving someone, a family member with autism, that session it will be shared from a neurotypical point of view, and that will be in the studio. All right, everybody. Let's give a warm, welcome round of applause to our friend, Brooke Caswell.
Don't mind me, I'm just setting myself up. Okay. Come on, technology. Why won't you turn on? Oh, there we go. Yeah, go for it. I gotta log in anyways. Yeah, that works just fine. Works just fine. I can see my notes. That's what's important. We love technology, don't we? It works when it wants to. It don't work when you want it to. Okay. Now I just got to hit a button called present and we'll be set to go once it lets me. Okay, yes, Canva, I got it. Thank you. All right, we are good to go. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Hi, how we doing today? We feeling good? I don't know about you, but I need to take a second to get loosey-goosey because I get all pent up and nervous. So I don't know about you, but I'm just going to. Because this is the unconference, and we're autistic, so we can do this. All right, thank you for being stimmy with me for a moment. My name is Brooke Caswell, and I'm going to be speaking on how we're going to build community and relationships as autistics. This is the part one of the, here, actually, let me go. There we go. This is a part one of a two-part lesson, the second part being for our neurotypical friends. So if you're in this room and you're neurotypical, you're still absolutely welcome to hang out with us today, but this is absolutely meant for our neurodivergent audience. The title being The Heart of Jesus, Extending the Olive Branch. Now, the number one question I get from neurotypicals is, what even is autism? What is autism? And this tells me a couple things. One, they want to understand. They want to know what it's like to be us. They want to connect with us. And how we respond to this question right here is just as important as neurotypicals learning the answer. If we want neurotypicals to grow, to change, and become our safe places, our promised land, which we'll get to, then we need to lead the way for them so that we can all feel at home, neurotypicals included. Before we begin, I'm going to read you a scripture that means the world to me, one that I hold so near and dear, and that's in Psalm 107, verses 1 through 9. I've got it in my Bible. If you need a second, I'll give you one. Let me know when we're all there if you want to be there. All right. And it reads, "Give thanks to the Lord, for he is good. His love endures forever. Let the redeemed of the Lord tell their story," our story, right? "Those he redeemed from the hand of the foe, those he gathered from the lands, from the east and the west." I came from the east. Some of y'all have already been out here, and I heard maybe some of us came from the west. and from the north and the south. Some, they wandered in desert wastelands, finding no way to a city where they could settle. They were hungry and thirsty, and their lives ebbed away. Then they cried out to the Lord in their trouble, and he delivered them from their distress. He led them by a straight way to a city where they could settle. Let them give thanks to the Lord for his unfailing love and his wonderful deeds for mankind, for he satisfies the thirsty and fills the hungry with good things. I don't know about you, but this sounds a lot like some of us, don't it? Now, this goes on to talk about a lot of other peoples and how God redeemed them and brought them into the picture, but this is my story. Growing up, I knew that I was different, but I didn't really understand that those differences went beyond average quirks. My autistic traits, they weren't obvious. I was great in school, I had friends, I got along with everybody liked me. All of my report cards said, pleasure to have in class, pleasure to have in class, pleasure to have in class. No comments, none whatsoever. This kid's a great kid and we love her. So nobody knew that I was autistic. I didn't know that I was autistic, which meant my needs, they were never quite met. And those unmet needs, they caught up with me by the time I got to high school, and I struggled and fell hard. And now many of you may be able to relate to that. You know, all those unmet needs, they catching up to you. I realized I was an imposter, a total made-up character to make everybody like me, accept me into their fold. I didn't know anything about who I was. All I knew was the mask that I wore. So who am I? Who is Brooke? I didn't know the answer to that. I didn't know what it meant to be me. And you know what? Even if I did know what it meant to be me, I didn't feel safe enough to be myself anyways. I was bullied, ostracized, and scrutinized by the people around me, people that I thought I trusted. And I was only just learning this for the first time. I was lost, confused, and hurting. So, as a very young Christian in my teens, I did the only thing I knew how to do. I prayed. I prayed for answers, and I ended up being formally diagnosed with OCD and autism when I was 16 years old. I prayed for direction, and I discovered neuroscience, the work of autistic self-advocates that inspired me. And I discovered neurodiversity, this idea that all minds are created equal, not better, not worse, just different. Some of these pictures, I've got Chloe Hayden, which is a autistic self-advocate from Australia that I really looked up to in my teens. We've got Temple Grandin. That book specifically is what inspired me to study neuroscience. That picture in the middle, that's my professor, Dr. Jarvinen. Him and I worked on a publishing together that's free to read. And if you want to hear about it more, I can talk about it later. And that's our work at the Society for Neuroscience in, I believe, 2023, which is super cool. And that last image is me going to college, because I prayed for healing and change. And I ended up finding myself attending a school in Massachusetts, where I got a total fresh start. There, I joined the campus ministry and found my home, my promised land, my city for me to settle. I started being open about my autistic experience because, hey, fresh start. Nobody knows who I am. Nobody knows my history. I can just be me. And I was embraced. I developed deep, meaningful relationships with the people there, including my now husband. That's Jesse over there, Jesse Caswell. Love him to bits. His parents used to actually lead the church where I am now in Worcester, Massachusetts. How crazy is that? I was wholly myself for the first time, totally unmasked before my neighbors, my brothers, my sisters, my friends, my family, and God himself. And I was loved for it. So that brings us to some of my main points that we're going to be talking about. As much as I found home and community in my ministry where I was at the time, there's a couple things that I needed to grow in, a couple things I need to work on, qualities of Jesus that I wasn't quite doing just yet. And we're going to talk about those things. Number one, forgiveness. Gotta forgive. It's the first step towards lasting change. Number two, grace is really important. And one way that we can extend that olive branch and give a little bit of grace is by teaching. And we're going to talk more about that. And number three, resting. Because this is exhausting. And we can't do it all. So we got to make sure that we are taking time to rest. So let's talk about forgiveness. Jesus' forgiveness changed hearts. And the story that I want to share from the Bible is about a man named Zacchaeus. And I'm going to be reading from Luke 19, and we're only going to read verses 1 through 10, which is all about Zacchaeus. Jesus entered Jericho as he was passing through, and a man there by the name of Zacchaeus. He was a chief tax collector and was very wealthy. He wanted to see who Jesus was, but he was super short, so he climbed a tree, as anyone would do. He ran ahead, climbed that tree, and as Jesus was coming that way, he saw him, and he said, "Zacchaeus, come down immediately. I'm going to stay at your house today." So he came down at once and welcomed Jesus gladly. But all the people, they saw this, and they were like, "This Zacchaeus guy, he's a sinner. Doesn't Jesus know who he's about to be hanging out with?" But Zacchaeus stood up, and he said, "Look, Lord, here and now I give half of my possessions to the poor. And if I've cheated anybody, I'm going to give them 4 times the amount that I owe them." And Jesus said to him, "Today, salvation has come to this house because this man, he too is a son of Abraham. For the Son of Man came to seek and save the lost." Doesn't this sound a lot like our neurotypical friends? I mean, I can just see them climbing trees to see who we are and what we're doing and what we're about, right? They want to understand us. They want to see us. Jesus saw this man, Zacchaeus. He knew what he was. Jesus wasn't stupid. He knew Zacchaeus was this tax collector and total cheater of a guy you probably couldn't trust. But he saw his heart. He knew Zacchaeus wanted to connect. So he embraced him. He took him in. He said, "I'm hanging out with you today." He looked past the sin, past the hurt, past the faults. He set them aside and gave Zacchaeus a chance. And Zacchaeus, he responded with a heart of total repentance. This can be true for us too. Our forgiveness also has that power. It also has that power to change hearts. Like Zacchaeus, the people around us, they have the potential to change, but only if we show them forgiveness and give them a shot. Because change, it's not going to come if we don't give it opportunities to come, right? Like Jesus, we got to give the Zacchaeuses in our life a chance. Now, this is true in my own life. I have experienced this firsthand. Forgiveness changed the path that my relationship with my family went down. It changed them. This is my family here. On the left, that's my favorite photo of me and my dad hanging out at a Yankees game. Go Yankees! This ain't about that today, though. In the middle, that's me and my mom and my dad, and we're hanging out at the Salvador Dali Museum in Florida, which was super cool, by the way. I super recommend you check it out. And that last photo is me and my sister being total goofs. Now, my family, they also didn't know I was autistic for a really long time. So I bet you can imagine what kind of hurts might be there. They didn't understand my need for quiet, for space, time to process. They didn't understand that I needed routine, predictability. They didn't understand me when I tried to communicate. And they didn't react very well to my meltdowns. I was a hurting, anxious teen. And they didn't always know how to help me feel loved and safe. And at some point, I realized home just felt like the most impossible place to be. So I went to college, and I could have moved out. I could have stopped coming home. I could have forgot about them. But I didn't. Because I knew my family wanted to understand. They wanted to make me feel safe and loved. They wanted to connect, just like Zacchaeus. They are such wonderful, fun people. They just needed a little room to grow and change. And you know what? They've grown so much. They've grown to understand me and show me such love and kindness. And I am now confident that they are my biggest supporters. They're probably watching online, some of them. And you know what? My mom's here with us today. A lot of you probably met her. And she's amazing. I love my mom. And I wouldn't even be here if it weren't for her because she paid for my tickets. And she's here today so she can learn and go home and help her ministry. How amazing is that? Could you imagine if I didn't forgive them, if I stopped going home, if I didn't take the time to give them space to learn, grow, and change? I wouldn't be here. My family wouldn't be the advocates and allies that I know them to be today. It's amazing what forgiveness can really do, what opportunities it can afford. But forgiveness, it doesn't come naturally, does it? It's hard. It takes practice. Now, what helps me is journaling and prayer, but that might not be as helpful to you. Journaling for me helps me see with more clarity as I process my emotions and what words I'm going to use to describe them. It helps me feel like I'm not alone when I'm facing hard things, because I got my Creator on my side. Sometimes I also have to actually say, I forgive you, which might feel a little weird if the person's not right in front of you, but it really helps me feel like I genuinely do forgive them. So for the hands-on learners in the room, let's just take a second. Think of someone that maybe you need to forgive. Let's take a moment to journal, pray, maybe even speak that forgiveness. Let that hurt just roll off your shoulders and into God's hands, because He's got your back. And you know what? It's okay if right now is not a good time to do that. If you need to take some space and think about it, if you need to do this later, that's totally okay. But I've been to a lot of conferences where someone gave a great talk and a bunch of great practicals, and I thought to myself, oh my gosh, I'm going to do that when I go home. But then I forget about it. It's gone by the time I'm home. So I'm going to give you guys a minute, if you choose, to just think about that forgiveness. Journal, pray, speak it. And I'm going to do it myself too. All right, are we ready to move on? All right, awesome. Thank you, guys. This is great. So let's talk about teaching and grace. What do they have in common? Well, Jesus' teaching transformed people. And we're not going to read all of these examples because there's actually quite a few of them here, but just a couple of examples. Jesus taught the first disciples, right? The examples I have here are in Mark and in Matthew. The first disciples were Simon, Andrew. We got the sons of Zebedee. We got John. I'm missing my notes here. And James, right? They were the first disciples, the first people that Jesus actually called. They didn't really know a lot about who Jesus was. They were just some random fishermen in some boats. And Jesus said, come with me, and I will make you fishers of men, right? We're going to teach you how to fish for people. And they just went for it. I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't know that I would have. That's brave, very brave. And I admire them for that. And you want to know what happened to them? Well, Jesus taught them a lot of things, taught them how to go out and make people disciples. He told them how to heal and transform lives, and that's exactly what they did. They became part of the first 12 apostles. And they were the first ones named, too. Jesus' teaching transformed them. They were once fishermen, not kings, not decorated heroes. But now we read about them, we talk about them, we try to imitate them. They became something so much more because Jesus took the time to teach them. That's right, he did. So what is grace? Well, Ephesians 2, verses 8 through 9, and I'm reading from the Passion Translation, defines it as a gift given to us freely by God that we did not earn or deserve. For by grace you have been saved by faith. Nothing you did could ever earn this salvation, for it was a love gift from God that brought us to Christ. So no one will ever be able to boast, for salvation is never a reward for good works or human striving. This is the true meaning of grace. Now, how many of in this room are trying to follow Jesus? Yeah, that's a good number of us, right? I don't know about you, but personally, I feel transformed by Jesus' teachings. I read my Bible and it changed me. I wouldn't be the person I am today. Because I spend time learning from Jesus, I'm a better wife, a better friend, a better sister, a better daughter, probably a better speaker too. But I didn't earn Jesus' teachings. I'm blessed that I was taught at such a young age, but I didn't do anything significant with my life to earn it. And yet, it was given to me anyways. And here we are now. I'm a total mess. I mess up all the time. I am far from earning those teachings. It's a gift that I'm grateful for. Teaching is the gift, but grace is what's transformative. And that's true for us too. Our teaching can also transform people. If we make the effort to help our neurotypical neighbors learn about us and our needs, then I think it'll transform them too. We can't expect anyone to learn what they aren't being taught, right? Neurotypicals, they don't know about us. But you know what? We are some of the best resources because we have lived experience. So who better to learn from than us, right? And this is also true in my life. When I taught the people around me about my experiences and my needs, they changed. They changed to better meet them and changed to be better people too. When I first joined that campus ministry, I struggled so much to attend all the events. There were so many of them. I mean, we got church on Sundays, we got midweeks, we got devos, we got Bible talk. It was just so much for me. And I wasn't very intentional about spending time with people. I mean, how could I? I was exhausted. And that hurt a lot of people. And as much as they were hurt that I wasn't being intentional, I was hurt feeling a little left out too, watching them have fun without me. I struggled with feeling like they weren't trying to accommodate me, but they struggled feeling like I wasn't even trying. So rather than letting this conflict put a total halt to our relationships and kill a good thing, I decided to try to advocate, teach about my needs. And I taught my ministry about my autistic experience and how hard it was for me to show up to everything all the time when it was already so exhausting, let alone then spend the time outside of that to be intentional about hanging out. I explained the pressures of masking and trying to suit all the neurotypical needs and the need for active engagement, eye contact, and conversation. That's hard for me. I started pointing out my sensory experience. It's bright in here. It's loud. Y'all are loud people. And you want to know what happened? A total reformation of my ministry, little by little, over the course of some years. The expectations changed, and I was free to come as I was, be as I was. That's a picture of me at Bible Talk playing solitaire. 10 years ago, I might have been ridiculed for that, but today, that's okay, because you know what? That's my attempt to connect, and my ministry knew that. They knew that just by me showing up, that was a lot, that I wanted to be there, and I wanted to connect. They knew that. They knew what that meant. And now, more neurodivergent people come to those Bible talks. Why? Because it's accessible. Because my ministry made it accessible. It's quieter, you don't have to talk, you don't have to give eye contact, you can play a game on your phone if you have to, but because you are here, you are welcome. And I love my ministry for it. It became home for a lot of people. I miss that group now. That was a golden era of my life, and I've moved on from then. And I love where I am now. But that was something special. This is true for us too. But teaching takes practice. What helps me is workshopping. Workshopping my approaches and seeking feedback. I'll go to people I trust and say, hey, how does this sound? How does that come across to you? This helps me be way more confident when I actually do approach somebody. It helps me better refine my approach than if I had tried it completely on my own. There are many times I'll have a conversation with somebody where I'll be telling them kind of what I'm thinking about talking about. They'll point something out, and my goodness, it could have been a total screw up if it weren't for the people I workshopped with first. So take a moment. Think about who that person might be for you. Who might be a good sounding board for you to try and practice teaching? Reach out to them. Ask if you can practice with them. I've even got a little bit of a prompt there that you can follow if that's helpful. Take a moment and think about, that person. And if you're not sure you have that somebody right now, that's okay. It takes time to find someone you're comfortable practicing with. And you know what? I think this conference is a fantastic place to start. I think the people in this room could be a fantastic place to look. Because this is the Belong Unconference, where you are free to be you. So if you don't have that somebody, I encourage you, find that somebody. God's going to help you find that somebody, and this might be the place. And after all that's said and done, all that forgiving, all that teaching, man, it is exhausting, isn't it? So next comes rest. Jesus rested. And there's a lot of examples of this in Scripture. Just to name a few, we've got after John the Baptist died, Jesus took time for himself. He went off and withdrew from everybody and spent time with his Father in a solitary place. Before choosing his 12, his apostles, he took time for himself to spend with his Father. He went to a mountainside, which sounds really nice. Sounds wonderful being in nature. He also did this before teaching in Galilee to the crowds. All the crowds that kept following him around. Yeah, Jesus needed a break from them too. And most infamously, in the Garden of Gethsemane, which is in Matthew 26, verses 36 through 38. That's all I'm going to read from it, because it's actually quite long. Then Jesus went with his disciples to a place called Gethsemane, and he said to them, sit here while I go over there and pray. So he didn't even invite them to come with him. He just said, I want your support, but I need to be alone, which I can relate to. He took Peter and 2 sons of Zebedee along with him, and he began to be sorrowful and troubled. Then he said to them, my soul is overwhelmed with sorrow to the point of death, which is very extreme. Stay here and keep watch with me. Jesus needed breaks. He needed rest. And he communicated that need for rest. And if Jesus needed rest, then you better believe we probably do too. Because well-rested and refreshed, we too will have the greater ability to withstand hardships and give what we have. Because we can't expect ourselves to be good at anything if we don't have the energy to give our best effort. Because if Jesus needed rest, I'm going to repeat it again, we definitely need it too, right? Intentional rest like this transformed me into a happier person. The person you see now is a totally different person because I take intentional rest. If I didn't do that, I'd be grouchy. I'd probably be bouncing off the walls. I'm not even sure I'd be in this room. Generally, I set aside time every week or so to spend time alone, especially if I know I have things coming up that involve other people or I expect are going to be difficult, much like speaking at a conference. I took a lot of alone time this week. That time might look like an hour or so before I have to start my day, or between scheduled items, a couple hours in the evening, or a full Sabbath rest, a full day to myself. Whatever these times may be, This often includes turning off my phone, because my phone is a huge source of temptation and a stealer of my rest. Amen. And I spend time on the things that I enjoy, my special interests, which include things like drawing and crochet, drinking tea, reading my Bible, reading other books. And I do these things regularly. And when I do, life just feels so much brighter. Tasks feel a lot lighter. And generally, I think I'm a bit better of a person to the people around me. But you have to make it happen. It does not come on its own. It is not easy to find rest, and if you're not intentional about making it happen, you're not going to find a lot of it. The 5 minutes here and there that you're like, ooh, I don't have something going on, that's not going to be enough. True rest doesn't just happen on its own. You have to make it happen. I learned I needed to schedule rest in my calendar, set off a block of time, and tell people, hey, I've got my rest period on Sunday from 1 to 3. I will not be reachable during that time. I have to protect that time fiercely. I've mentioned I turn off my phone. I also make sure that any work that needed to be done is already done, so I don't even have to think about it. And I engage in those activities I find deeply refreshing. So what are some activities that you find refreshing? And where do you feel most at peace? For me, it's in my comfy chair, in my corner, away from the world, with a cup of tea and some nice calming music. But what does that look like for you? And what are some things that threaten that peace? I've mentioned for me, it's my phone because I have no impulse control. But what is it for you? And how can you protect your peace? Start a list. Get creative. And to conclude this, neurotypicals can become our safe places and part of our promised land, but only if we pave the way through forgiveness, teaching, and giving ourselves intentional rest along the way. And with that, thank you so much for having me. I'm going to open this up for Q&A for a little bit because we got some time on our hands. No pressure, but does anybody have any questions? Yeah, go ahead. To getting rest. My biggest obstacle to getting rest, pressure. I'm a people pleaser. I want to be there for people. You know, I don't like turning off my phone because I worry that I'm going to miss something. And it's not even FOMO. Like, I'm not worried about missing out on an event. I'm worried that someone's going to have a crisis and I'm not available to be there for them. And then I'm going to worry that, man, I'm a terrible friend for that. But I promise you, you're not a terrible friend for that. Because you know what? If you're exhausted, you weren't going to be a very good friend to them in that moment anyways. So it's better that you take that rest so that when you come back, you can be your best self. Does that answer your question? Nice. I'm grateful for that. Yeah, go ahead. I'm so sorry, I can't hear you. I got auditory processing disorder, so if you speak to me quietly, I don't hear anything. Oh, it inspired me to, am I hearing this right, to become a Christian? Yeah, okay. So I actually grew up in the church. I'm a kingdom kid. Woo! And I just knew from a really young age that I wanted to follow God. I didn't know what that meant for the longest time. And if you had asked me when I was like 7 or 8 years old, I would have said, I just want to serve God for the rest of my life. I had no idea what that meant. You could ask me, okay, well, what does that look like? And I'd be like, doing what he tells me to do? Something like that. I just knew. I don't know how I knew. I just did. I just knew that God was the one. He was the only king that made sense because he was the only one that was ever consistent. Any other king falls short, makes mistakes. There's probably some press drama, but God, no. God was consistent and predictable. I got a book all about that. And if I have any questions, boom, there's the answer. I didn't have to worry about him falling short on me, right? So I just knew. God was the only king that made sense in my life. But there was no one specific person. I mean, I very much admired my family. My parents are super cool people. They serve so much, and they definitely inspire me. My mom inspires me. I mean, she's always up to something. Always. She's got some project going, and that always inspired me too. Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead. Oh, we got a mic. Yay, tech team. You guys are awesome. Round of applause for the tech team, by the way.
Like you, one of my biggest things is the phone that I just have no impulse control. Like just things happen, and I'm sure we're all human, so naturally we all get tempted. But what is your how have you found getting rest or resisting that temptation or impulse control to just be on it all the time? How did you overcome that? And what are some steps that you had to figure out, I guess? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes total sense. Honestly, it's a battle. I still battle with it now. I mean, my husband's not currently here physically. He's actually watching online probably. Hi, babe. But I mean, you can ask him. It's a struggle. I have to throw my phone physically. I have an OtterBox on my phone, which allows me to genuinely throw my phone at the couch or at, just somewhere soft so it doesn't break. But it's got that OtterBox just in case it falls, and I have to physically toss it away because I will genuinely nonstop be scrolling. I'll be checking my checking my email. I'm just so worried about what's going to be on there that I'm missing that I have to physically throw it away. Genuinely, I will turn my phone off. I will turn on do not disturb. I have it set to specific settings for me. I change my phone wallpaper that says, "What are you doing on your phone? Get off." Genuinely, I have to do so much to get myself off my phone. And it's hard. It's really hard. But I find setting timers is really helpful because I struggle with feeling like, oh gosh, am I running out of time? I know I said I was going to do this for an hour, but what does an hour even look like? I don't know. So I'll set an alarm. That way I don't even have to think about it. I have OCD, and part of my OCD is checking OCD. And so I want to check my phone. I want to check the time. I have a Google Home Assistant. I'll go, "Hey, Google, what's the time?" And that steals my rest because I'm constantly checking to make sure I'm not taking too long. So I set alarms. Does that help answer your question? Yeah.
So whenever you go to bed, do you turn your phone off completely, before you go to bed? Because what I do is, so there's different versions of do not disturb mode. Mm-hmm. So there's also sleep mode. Do you use that before you go to bed? Because that's what I use. Because you can still get notifications if you have do not disturb mode on. Mm-hmm. And so I use sleep mode because with sleep mode you don't get any notifications. You should try that, or you can just turn it off completely.
Yeah, that's really good advice. I used to put my phone away from my bed. I would put it on the sleep mode, actually, and I would have my phone, across the room.
Awesome. Also, do you like taking notes? So I took notes today on my phone because, I don't know, I lost my pen somewhere. I don't know if it's still in the car or if I left at the hotel, but do you also take notes with a pen and paper with that too?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a big journaler, and I've kept every journal I've ever kept since I was like 6 years old. So I have journals that range from like the early 2000s to now, and they range from like just tiny little entries with a bunch of doodles of food for some reason. I don't know. That's what I doodled when I was in church, was food. And all that I would have in there is maybe like one scripture and the note that just says, Jesus died for me. And that's it, because I was like 8. And now it's like whole, like pages upon pages upon pages of my thoughts and feelings and what's going on around me. But yes, I do keep a physical journal. It's very freeing for me because it's my place that I can put whatever I want because no one else is reading that. That's my space. It can look messy. I can erase things 1,000 times over, but it's my safe space. Yeah, over here. You want to go in the back first? Yeah.
Yeah, someone that definitely struggles with getting the right amount of rest, especially when you feel like you don't have any reason to. It's very easy for me to not get the right amount of rest when I feel like I don't have anywhere to go. So I just want to say, what's like a good starting point for getting the right amount of rest?
When I was in my campus ministry at the time, our church actually did a whole series on Sabbath rest and what that actually means. That was really eye-opening and helpful. There's a lot of books out there. I don't know off the top of my head. If I don't have it physically in front of me, I'm not going to remember it. But it was really helpful for me to learn what God's design was for Sabbath, why it exists, how it exists, all the rules that apply to it, because there's a lot of rules too. And just learning that, wow, like this isn't just something God wants for me because it's good for me. He wants this for me because it's good for us and our relationship. It's very intentional, and it's supposed to teach us something about who God is. Because, hey, he rested too. And I think we forget that a lot, don't we? So a great starting point for me was just learning about how critical that rest really is and trying to implement what a more traditional Sabbath rest actually looks like. So when I was in college, it was my sometimes Sundays, but in college it's really hard because your schedule is just all over the place, and then you have a project deadline, and then you have a group project, and there's meetings, and so sometimes I would just look at my schedule and see what day was most free, and that would be my Sabbath day. And I would turn everything off. If I wasn't in class, I just wouldn't be reachable, and that was my day, just for me and God. And a lot of times it looked like me sitting on the floor with whatever book I was reading or drawing I was working on. I tried to stay away from technology because that's an easy temptation to turn back on my phone. Like, ooh, I'm watching a TV show and it's really interesting. I wonder what my friends will think of this. You know, that's an easy temptation. So to start, I went no technology, none whatsoever, purely analog, and it was hard. It was much harder than it sounded. Does that answer your question okay?
Yeah, it does.
All right. Now I know who you are, Halima.
Yeah, it's all right. Hi. I was wondering, going back to more the community building, I was wanted to ask, how did you build community in the church? Because oftentimes, as someone who's autistic, the world felt more accepting than the church did, because there's larger autistic communities, secular autistic communities, and forums and whatnot than there are in the church.
Yeah, that's really hard. That's a very good observation, one that I've definitely wrestled with myself, because it's true. It's a very unfortunate truth, but in a lot of places, finding community as an autistic within a church is like a gift. It's a blessing. It's not a given, right? It's not something we can expect. It's hard to find. And honestly, I don't blame people for seeking it outside the church, because that is easier. Because yes, there's our communities out there. I mean, we got like the LGBTQ, we've got autism, we've got all sorts of stuff, right? That you can find out there easy online. It's a click of a button. Church is a little harder because it's not a click of a button. So how I found that was honestly just through having conversations, which was hard. but I pulled people aside. I called people out. I had a lot of arguments for a little while, and that wasn't fun, but you know what? We grew from it. I had to put aside my fear, and I just had to let God move. So it was a lot of prayer, a lot of talking, a lot of being honest, a lot of crying. I cried a lot in my free time. But that's all part of the journey. That's all part of in the Psalms, where I read, this scripture means the world to me because it's literally my story. I mean, they were in a desert. They had nothing. They were hungry and they were crying out. And the Lord delivered them. I found that community through just trusting God. And I know that doesn't make a lot of sense, but I promise it does work. It just takes time, forgiveness, and having those conversations, teaching, saying, hey, I'm autistic. You might not know what that means. You might think you know what that means, but I can tell you, you probably don't know what that means. Let me teach you so that we can be close. Is that helpful? Yeah, go ahead.
So you mentioned something about like scheduled time to have rest, but there was two things that I wanted to ask. One was, is there like a favorite, like if you're into music, like are you in, like what type of music do you listen to when you rest? And second is, like what are your favorite TV shows to watch when you go into that rest mode?
I can answer that. That's a fun question. I am a huge Mumford & Sons fan, actually. I've been a fan of them since I was little. I don't know. I love my stomp and holler and scream and yell music. It's fun. I love that. And it helps me get a lot of the hard feelings out, but it's also just fun as well. So it's a way to let loose, and be stimmy. I like to be stimmy. This is fun for me. I like to pace around a room, shaking my hands, listen to music, singing and dancing like no one's watching, because no one is. It's my safe space. So I'm a big Mumford & Sons fan. I also really love AJR. It's actually how I connected with my husband when we first met, which was super cool. So I listen to their music too. And a lot of, I listen to jazz, classical, a lot of music that doesn't have lyrics for when I'm like, okay, I'm a little overwhelmed. Words are a lot right now. My dad's a jazz musician, so that's a very easy place for me to connect. And in terms of shows and movies, I watch a lot of stuff all the time. Like I'm all over the place. This may not be a popular opinion, but I have a soft spot for like horror and thriller, which is very strange. You may look at me and see my cute earrings and my yellow pants and think, oh, she probably likes something super fun and cute. No, I like the weird stuff because I'm an artist and there's an art there and I'm fascinated by it. I also just love good writing, and there's some great writing there too. Does anybody else have anything? All the way over there and over here.
Let me get him because he's
Yeah. Hi there.
Hi, I'm Michael. I'm new to this. I'm a little closer. All right. So the word most commonly used before I got here and here is the word spectrum. Mm-hmm. Now, if I talk to you about light or electromagnetic or audio spectrum, I have numbers, I have data, I have standards I can refer to, and we can have a conversation even if you have no experience in that. Mm. But when I come up and I talk to you about the spectrum, okay, or I try to talk to somebody about Jinsen Jitsu, for example, that's called the healing way, where's my starting point? On something that is so wide and apparently very new to people. So how do I have that conversation, and how do I have it in a way that I'm not off-putting to them, like I'm entitled to you're acknowledging me, and keep them in a comfort zone and educate them. How do I do that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a really good question. My favorite way to describe autism to neurotypicals who are totally new to it is it's actually like a soundboard. Probably what they got back there, actually. There's a bunch of dials, and there's a bunch of like switches and all sorts of stuff on there. And if autism is one big soundboard, each dial, whether it's a turn dial or one of those, like, the sliders? Yeah, they're sliders. A slider, different levels, right? Each one of those are different traits, right? So for me, like, I've got the masking one dialed all the way up. All the way up. Most people have no idea I'm autistic till I say it. And then even then, they're like, are you sure? Because my masking is way through the roof. But my emotional regulation is super far down. Like, I have a really hard time connecting with my emotions. I have a really hard time describing them. It's like a blindness for me. Like, I'm here and they're just out of reach. And so autism, the way I like to describe it, is a soundboard. So that might be my soundboard, but someone else's soundboard is going to look a little different. And that might feel a lot more tangible too. Like, oh, okay, yeah, so I can like almost picture moving around the dials and switches and sliders, right? That's how I like to describe it personally. I feel like that's more helpful than a spectrum for a lot of people, because a spectrum gives the idea of like a 0 to 100 situation, which is not true. We're all at 100. 100 just looks different for each of us. Does that answer your question okay? Oh, I'm sorry about that. Honestly, textbooks and journals and articles, some of those are going to be your best friends. You can relate to people through what they and you can read together. I'll share articles with people. If using metaphors doesn't help, articles.
For example, when sound travels, I can say that exerts a certain pressure that you can feel, when people can relate to that. But when I talk about this is something that is, it's a cognitive process. And so how do maybe I just need more exposure to the community, and it's my hope that I'll get that, and that this community will grow. So I'm excited about that this exists. I'm excited about the potential for it to expand and become more, and more people to become aware of it. I would just like to be a good ambassador of it in terms of relating it to people. That's what I'm trying to achieve.
Yeah, well, you're already doing so much by asking questions. Questions are your best friends, guys. Like, genuinely your best friends. Getting curious, expressing your curiosity, and encouraging curiosity is going to be the best thing you can do, right? And yeah, I think honestly, for me, it was the neurodiversity movement that's how I connected and how I helped people connect. I studied neuroscience, so for me, it's all about brains. It's all about reading about brains and what they do and how they do. And so did you know that there's this specific area of the brain in autism that actually is a little smaller in a lot of people? Did you know that? This implies all these different cool things. That's how I've connected too, if that's helpful. It's just very nitty gritty, so it's not going to be for everybody. Who's next?
Was waiting for that one for a little bit, sorry. I have two, sorry if that's a little overwhelming. But speaking of that, when you're overwhelmed, apart from a journal or a notebook, where do you go to like communicate with God and you want to get away from everything?
Yeah, that's a great question. Now, I don't know if we're talking about meltdowns in particular or just in general when we're being overwhelmed. But those are two different things, right? So when we're having a meltdown, we're out of control. I don't have my journals when I'm having a meltdown. I don't have prayer when I'm having a meltdown. I have screaming and fighting and stomping and yelling. That's what I have. And that's hard. That's very hard. And what's most important there is what you do after. So if you're looking for like where to go during a meltdown, there's not a lot of places we can go during. But afterwards you do. I go to prayer, I go to journaling. I've got my wonderful husband, I love you, you're online, that I talk to. Sometimes my friends and family. I've got a couple people on speed dial. People that I trust, that I know, that I can say anything to them, and they're not gonna take it too seriously because they know I'm in a fragile state. They know that I don't mean what I say half the time. Safe places that I know, yep, I can say the wildest, most darndest thing, and they're gonna go, okay, that's how you feel right now, and that's okay. A place that I can safely, verbally process my emotions is also helpful.
I have one more, sorry. This one might be fun. If you could describe using autism as a board game, what would it be?
Board game. Oh, that's a fun one. Abstract questions are very hard for me, but that's a really great question. And I love board games. The first one that actually came to mind was Dungeons and Dragons, which isn't really a board game. It's like a board game, but talking game, but card game, but imagination game. It's a lot of games all wrapped into one. But autism's a lot like that, where if I went to, before I was born in heaven, I had to roll my dice and see what my character was going to look and sound like, right? And when I rolled the dice, I rolled pretty well on charisma, kind of, but I didn't get the persuasion charisma. I got the deception charisma, right? I'm good at tricking people into thinking I'm neurotypical, so that's what I rolled, right? But I rolled pretty terribly on dexterity. I'm a total fumble. I'm surprised I haven't knocked anything over up here. So if anything, I think Dungeons and Dragons is a great board game to describe autism because everybody's dice roll is going to be a little different. Yes, I'm so glad. Woohoo, victory! This is what community is all about, is figuring these things out together, right? Yes, I love to see it. Does anybody else have a question? I know you did. Now, someone let me know if I'm going way too long here.
Yeah, I know we're past
Thank
time.
you.
I just want to ask a quick question. I know not everybody has children, but how do you distinguish between being overstimulated and just needing like physical rest? Because sometimes I feel like when I want to rest, I feel guilty because I feel like I need to be doing something or helping someone or, just spreading myself thin. But sometimes I don't know if I really need that physical rest or if I'm just mentally doing it because I'm overstimulated and I need to shut myself off. So how do you distinguish between being, overstimulating and just needing a break versus actually oversleeping or resting too much?
Okay, I do have an answer to that. We might not like this answer. You ready? Buckle in. They're one and the same. When you're autistic, your need for rest looks like a lot more things than the neurotypical. Because the neurotypical, they need rest because they had a long day at work, someone yelled at them, and they're just not in a good mood, right? But when you're autistic, it's that fluorescent light was buzzing and it drove me insane, and then somebody was asking me 8 questions. And I knew the answer, but that light was buzzing, and my brain wasn't even functioning in that moment. And what I really want to do is yell and punch a wall right now, but that's not very socially appropriate. So maybe I should retreat. It's one and the same. There isn't really a difference. Your need for rest is going to come from multiple sources. And that's not too dissimilar to neurotypicals. Neurotypicals also need rest for multiple reasons. But our reasons are way more tangible. Tangible enough that it gave us a diagnosis.
That's what you're doing rather than them viewing you as being lazy or complacent.
Yeah.
How do you explain that to others or especially family that may not understand?
That's really hard because you know what? You could explain it perfectly. You could have the right answer down. You could have it rehearsed and memorized back to front. You could do it blind. You could do it deaf, and it won't matter. Some people are just not going to get it, and that's hard. But that's when you need support. That's when you need community, like belong. But in terms of how to explain it, I like to explain it that, hey, my brain works a little differently than yours. My brain works a little differently, which means that I probably function differently as a whole, too. If the brain is one of the first things that are developed, which I studied, and I know what I'm talking about there, just a little bit. If the brain was one of the first things that developed, and it developed just a little different to everybody else, doesn't it make sense that the rest of the body would develop a little differently, too? So if my brain's a little different, my body's a little different, my need for rest is also going to be a little different. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's give Brooke a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brooke Caswell. And while I have your attention, I just want to point out your next speaker after lunch, Garrett Green. You are going to want to be in this guy's session. It'll be in this room. Garrett has autism, and I've seen what he's doing. Trust me when I say you want to be here for Garrett Green. So we're going to take about a 15-minute break. Go do what you got to do. There are some snacks in the hub. Lunch is here ready to go, though. Use the restroom, go to the quiet room, do what you have to do to take care of yourself, and we'll come back here at 11:45, and we'll start lunch. All right? Thanks again, Brooke.
Thank you guys. You guys are amazing.
McAllister's Deli for the win. I'm just going to say that was a pretty good lunch, and I hope you enjoyed it. We are going to try to do our best to stick to our schedule, because I try to stick to my schedule as much as possible. Sometimes it's outside of my control. But right now, if you would, go ahead and wrap up. We're going to start the session that's going to be in here with Garrett Green. So if you are here, want to hear Garrett's lesson on Blessed is the Meek, you'll be right here. If you'd like to go for down to the studio and listen to Brooke Caswell, Brooke will be down in the studio. You can't go wrong either way here, folks. I will just say, I looked over Garrett's slides and his lesson, and I'm really eager and excited for this one. So, but like I said, you can't go wrong. So please go ahead and collect your things. We're going to get started in the next 5 minutes so we can keep the schedule. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, and let's keep this party going. Let's get this party started. Super excited for this session by Garrett Green, who is right here from DFW area over on the east side, closer to Dallas. Garrett Green, I'll let him tell you all about his story and things like that, but let's do a big, belong round of applause for your brother, Garrett Green. Come on, buddy.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Whew. Up here on stage. So, title, Blessed Are the Meek, How Choosing Humility Over Humiliation Leads to a Better Life with Autism. Garrett, I have autism. What's it feel like to try to have relationships? To me, well, it feels a bit like this shirt. Bit like pulling a door in every conversation I come across, but quite a few of them are actually push doors. Let's see. All right, so I told Marty to give me up to an hour to teach the people in this room how to socialize with others. There's a lot to go over, but I'm going to tell you the main things you need to know from my point of view. If you learn anything, it's 3 things. Ask questions. It sounds so simple, but asking questions will get answers. Oh, just trying to get you a little closer. A little bit closer? Sorry. Thought I was projecting my voice plenty. It sounds so simple, but asking questions will get answers from anyone who wants to give them. People care when we care about them. When all is said and done, Christ is still the way to live, whether we are on the spectrum or not. So I wouldn't call this lesson science, theology, more really a mishmash of everything. I'm only 27 years old, 4 years a disciple, don't have a PhD or finished my master's. While I've done research, I am the last thing you would call an expert. If someone more learned tells you something I quoted or cited in the wrong context, that's on me. Let's see. So, relationships are much harder when you have autism, understatement, even what some might call high functioning. First, we go through my story, then big 3 of how to get along with other people, a few school tips, talking about some bread, science, learning, shame, vulnerability, and then a recent real-life example to pull things together. So I think this verse makes for a pretty good summary of my life until this point. And we know that in all things, God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. My name is Garrett Green, and I'm a little bit like most people in this room. Loved by God, not so much by the world. Loving people and wanting to connect, but finding myself hitting a lot of roadblocks. I was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome at 3 years old. Could have been smart, maybe. Some think I was nonverbal, some think it was, but bottom line, I didn't understand people. The early years are kind of a haze to me, but I know the facts, or at least some. I was physically and verbally abused by my father, more than my brother. I'm not sure why, but I imagine it had to do something with not being able to listen or understand him. CPS got involved and threatened to take us away from them. So my parents divorced when I was 6. At age 7, I also picked up an ADHD diagnosis. For as long as I can remember, I've fought against the gut feeling that I was less than everyone else. My mom told me for my whole life that I fought really hard to be looked at like I was normal. But a couple decades changed things. Middle and high school weren't great. I could easily reenact so many scenes of me making a fool of myself because I didn't understand how the world worked. Lots of mocking laughter, weird looks, or disgust. My father and I were rebuilding a relationship in his custody time, around ages 7 to 16. Though I could tell you I closed myself off more and more and more. I tried studying the Bible twice by the time I started college, but I just wasn't getting it. Why did everyone around me seem to know how to talk or to act? I just wasn't getting something. 17 years old, I tell my mom I'm having thoughts of taking my own life. I didn't want to die. I knew God wouldn't want me to commit suicide, but I couldn't think of a better way to stop the pain of feeling worthless. So she brought me to see Dr. Morris, who would be my therapist for 8 years. Things got better, but it took time. When I was about to head to college, I saw a book on Dad's shelf. That's the actual picture of the book as it is today, and asked if I could borrow it. I still haven't given it back, but I did what the book said, somewhat, and made 3 friends on day 1 in college. How to win friends and influence people. I won't go everything because copyright issues. Let's see. I did a lot of what the book said, but I wasn't doing it with the right heart. A lot of success and failure later become to 2021. I started getting better with people, but there was something missing. There was something missing. I made a good few friends in the world, some real friends, but there was still hurt. There was still lots of hurt. I was better at socializing on surface levels, good at initiating relationships. Started getting better with my words, but I still believed I wasn't good enough to be loved. I turned to manipulation. I got good enough at socializing, figuring out what words to say to make others like me. There was still lashing out at people. It was still anger, turning to sexting, fantasies, and role-playing in one form or another almost every day of the week while in college. I just wanted to escape. I was going through the motions when it came to school, attending church less and less, and distancing myself from the world, distancing from the people in my life, my dad included. I thought I could have a better relationship in any world where I was more attractive or powerful or good with my words than I was. I thought I could be more happy in any world where I wasn't me. And it worked, sort of. I was in the in crowd, quote unquote, among my friends from around the world, online. It tasted good for a little while, really good. At one point, I tried something similar in our church. I decided to confess a sexual sin, like I might be with any of these groups. After all, I felt like I'd come to know people outside the church cared for me more than the people inside it. Let me repeat that. I felt like the people I'd come to know outside the church, outside our church, loved me more than the people inside it. The reactions to my attempts at vulnerability were mixed at best. There's about 8 people in that call. One person, who I still called a friend, today reciprocated, and he confessed to going too far in a fight and accidentally taking someone's life. And yet I felt the distance instantly from the others. People who rejected me more than someone who had taken another's life. Some retreated, and I turned even more to my vices in shame. I think maybe deep down, some part of me already knew I wasn't welcome. Around that time, late 2021, I found the campus ministry under Eddie and Joanna Blandon. Fantastic. I saw what love one another meant in this community, and I saw a different spark in relationships. I was still neck deep in sin and in shame. I tried going through the studies a 3rd time, thinking, okay, let's try it one more time. With Eddie Blandon and Aiden Gober, hope you're watching, I was seeing real righteousness in how we were treated in that ministry, even if it would be glimpses. Eddie told me how special I was to God, by reading 1 Corinthians 12, 26 through 28. Concerning spiritual gifts. Now, if the foot should say, because I am not a hand, I do not belong to the body, and if it would not for that reason stop being part of the body. And if the ear should say, because I am not an eye, I don't belong to the body, it would not for that reason stop being part of the body. If the whole body were an eye, where would the sense of hearing be? If the whole body were an ear, where would the sense of smell be? But in fact, God has placed the parts in the body, every one of them, just as he wanted them to be. If they were all one part, where would the body be? And so, as it is, there are many parts, but one body. The eye cannot say to the hand, I don't need you. And the head cannot say to the feet, I don't need you. On the contrary, those parts of the body that seem to be weaker are indispensable. And the parts that we think are less honorable, we treat with special honor. And the parts that are unpresentable are treated with special modesty, while our presentable parts need no special treatment. But God has put the body together, giving greater honor to the parts that lacked it, so that there should be no division in the body, but that its parts should have equal concern for each other. If one part suffers, every part suffers with it. If one part is honored, every part rejoices with it. And then Eddie said, look back at verse 22, Garrett. That's what God thinks of you. You are indispensable. I cried on the spot. I wept, sobbing, ugly crying. From that moment forward, I wanted to love people God's way. I was baptized May 8th, 2022. Some things stayed the same, but some things changed. I was still a reckless, confused young man. But I had ground to stand on. I had God, and whenever I trusted in him and did what he said, things seemed to go better or feel better than normal. I made truer friendships, but there was still something missing. It was a double life for the first year. 2023, I was trying my third or fourth medication, trying to fix some mental issues, especially bipolar. There were struggles, but one of the biggest was trying to still love my dad. I was still bitter. My brother asked me if I even cared about Dad or if I loved him. Later that year, I had gone through some counseling courses over domestic violence and bullying. Shame, shame, and more shame tended to be the ones that leaded to those things. The courses taught me that the people who hurt me were just as broken as I was. Somewhere between turning 23 and 26, something was different. There's a quiet confidence, a peace inside me that I couldn't understand where it came from. But I think most of you know the answer to that. Relationships grew. Mother, brother, father. God gave me more relationships than I can keep up with. And I mean that I can't keep up with them. I don't have enough time for everyone I'm friends with. On top of that, he let me meet and date his beloved daughter, Crystal Washington. And when I looked back, there were 3 factors that always led to better relationships. The big 3, humility, patience, and meekness. Why aren't all these in the title? I'm going to be humble and say that they weren't actually in the outline I sent Marty a couple months ago. About 2,000 years ago, Jesus delivered the Sermon on the Mount. Some of the words go as follows. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the pure of heart, for they will see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when people insult you, persecute you, and falsely say all kinds of evil against you because of me. Rejoice and be glad, because that is your reward, and because great is your reward in heaven. For in the same way they persecuted the prophets who were before you. The Greek word translated meek is pleis, refers to mildness, gentleness of spirit, or humility. Other forms of this Greek word are used elsewhere in the New Testament, including James 1:19, James 3:13. Meekness is a humility towards God and towards others. Meekness is having the power to do something, but refraining for the benefit of someone else. Paul urged meekness when he told us to live a life worthy of the calling that we have received, or you have received in the actual verse. Be completely humble and gentle. Be patient, bearing with one another in love. Those last three. Ephesians 4:1-12, or 1 through 2. So, Garrett, why do you have all those weird color coding highlights? You'll see them throughout, with blue being humility, yellow being patience, and green being meekness. So, what is it to be meek? To be quiet, to have restraint in an interaction with another person, to be gentle, to be righteous, to treat them rightly, to be obedient, to withhold the power or right, quote unquote, you would otherwise have. Humility, you acknowledge your flaws and limits. You refrain from boasting. Patience, you endure in this relationship. You remain steadfast. You don't give up. So, going back, we see that these qualities are throughout the sermon. Blessed are the poor in spirit meaning humility, understanding that you have your flaws. Blessed are the meek, those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, etc., etc. So, last year, I had the opportunity to counsel a younger kid who had autism. He was about to enter public school after being homeschooled a while, and his parents asked me to give him some advice. I said, okay, I think I have a few tips. To survive public school, what I told him came down to 3 core things. 1, become genuinely interested in people. 2, become kind to the teachers as much as you can, for they will help you out in turn, especially against the bullies, but also when you struggle with assignments. He asked me, how do I avoid gossip? Can I do that? And I said, no. No. People will gossip and talk about you no matter what. But act with integrity, and they won't have anything to talk about. All it'll be is lies. So these come back to humility, patience, and meekness. So in initiating, it's actually a little bit up to us. Matthew 7, verse 7 through 12. Ask and it will be given to you. Seek and you will find. Knock and the door will be opened to you. For everyone who asks receives. The one who seeks finds. And the one who knocks, the door will be opened. Sounds simple. Which of you, if your son asks for bread, will give him a stone? Or if he asks for a fish, will you give him a snake? Not very pleasant. If you then, though you are evil, know how to give good gifts to your children, how much more will your Father in heaven give good gifts to those who ask him? So in everything, do to others as you would have them to do to you, for this sums up the law and the prophets. Exactly. So the equation works like this. Do to others as you would have them to do, for this sums up the law and the prophets. I want to be loved. I want people to be interested in me. I want them to remember who I am, and so on and so forth. Do you guys want that? Yeah. So do that to others. That's a simple equation, but it gets complicated in the execution. So I actually do recommend the book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, for anyone who has autism and some who don't. It was very useful for me seeing a lot of examples on these concepts, on ways I could execute these strategies it's talking about. So step 1, be genuinely interested in others. This is the root of how to make people like you. Will you like me if I like you? In a help me admiration and not a creepy way. I'll use I statements on stage, but what if I'm talking me in every conversation? That's not pleasant. Find that a lot of times my relationship with God is very hard when I forget He cares about me and who I am. It's also very hard when I'm uninterested in Him. Show enthusiasm when you meet people. Smile. This is actually crazy useful. Sincere smiles are not just great for you, they're great for others. The brain experiences what's called a social reward response when we see someone smiling. It's a release of dopamine, like the same pleasure you would get out of eating a good meal. And even if you're on the phone, people can hear you smile. So, remember other people's names. Your name, your identity, is one of the most important sounds you can hear. There's actually a psychology term called the cocktail party effect, where normally we have these different variations in our attention, but something that psychology hasn't been able to explain is why, if you're in a party having a bunch of conversations and you hear someone across the room say your name, your attention suddenly goes to that. Suddenly goes to your name, even when there's all these other distractors. It's intrinsic to you. Learn how to pronounce people's names. So quick note, I'm both white and Texan, if you couldn't tell. Some strangers, especially those of East or South Asian descent, don't expect me to know how to pronounce their names. Now, while I don't remember his name exactly, as it was about 2 years ago, I remember the name of a Walmart worker down the street from me, an Arab guy. When you're in Texas, people expect you to be polite. Sorry, excuse me, how are you? Have a good day, and all of that. So I read this guy's name tag and say, have a good day, Arman. It's been at least 2 years, and I can still remember the look of shock on his face as he said, you pronounced it right. Nobody does that. I got the same reaction 2 months ago, only a little bit funnier. A guy at the front desk of a conference, passing out badges to us, things like that. I squinted at his name tag, and he holds out his hands. Just Kim is fine. Well, I've got a finger up like this. Kim Yong, I say. And look at his face. Same look. Learn how to pronounce people's names. Try to remember your classmates' names. Write them down. Write what you hear them talk about, or text yourself a note, whatever you need to do. Make the other person feel important. You can do this with the other parts, but key thing, give compliments. Sincere compliments are crazy strong at building confidence. When my classes studied on feeling rewards, we can experience what's called a vicarious reward, which is feeling good when others feel good. When we give compliments, we actually increase our confidence. Isn't that strange? That's almost like God hardwired us that way. Giving compliments and then hearing that, oh, thank you, can instantly improve my day. When you meet someone, find, what can I honestly admire about this person? Talk in terms of the other person's interests. We want people, as autistic people, we love them talking about our interests. I went to a wedding recently with Crystal. She's the youngest of her friend group. I'm younger than her, so you have this 27-year-old and a group of people in their 30s, all millennials or Gen X. How did I get along? I talked in millennial interests. Older movies like Matrix, Terminator, or artists like Johnny Cash. Things like VHS, various analog technology. I talked about their adult topics, asked about finances or business. They loved me. being humble. Let's see. Listen. That's the other important thing. This one takes a lot of practice, which is why I have it last. But listening means to focus on what the other person is saying rather than just what I want to say. I want people to listen what I want to say. Why not do the same? If I'm thinking of anything, it's going to be a follow-up question. I've heard going 4 questions deep is a pretty good policy. But all of this to say, to start relationships, we have to be willing to give first. There's even a business concept called the law of reciprocation. Others will care when we care about them, and we show it. Can I get a show of hands here? Who makes a script before going to a party or writing some notes down? I see a couple hands, a few hands here. Who here in the room is a genius? Awesome, cool. So even geniuses need advice, and so do we. Plans fail for lack of counsel, but with many advisors they succeed. Speaking of, go and ask God for advice. James 1:5 says, if any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generally to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. Now, I'm not saying God's going to instantly pop it into your brain, because God works through a lot of avenues. I've had moments of insight from therapists, parents, friends, books. God does give us everything we need to succeed. But one of his most effective teachers, practice tests. You would be surprised to learn that slow learning can be a lot better than fast learning. Why? According to the APA Dictionary of Psychology, something called the testing effect is that taking a test on any previously studied material leads to a better retention, memory of it, than does restudying of that information for an equivalent amount of time. What? That doesn't make sense. So right now, by making scripts, me giving you advice, we're studying for these tests of the world out there. But no matter how many books we read, any advice is useless if we don't put it into practice. If it takes more time to learn, good. The folk wisdom I hear repeatedly about expertise is that you aren't a master in something until you put about 10,000 hours into it. Let's look where the testing effect was described in an experiment. So you have 2 groups. Students looked over these prose passages, basically those assignments in English where you're asked about what was said in this speech or paper or article or whatever. Group 1, students studied 2 separate times, then took a test. Group 2, students studied, took a practice test later, then took the test. The light gray is the study test group. Initially, you have normal double study group performing better, but over time, who retains more? The second experiment they did, where there were people only studying for the test, then studying with 1 test before the final, so study, 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 test, or 1 study session and then 3 test sessions before the final exam. Over time, after 1 week, the ones who were repeatedly tested over and over had the best memory. Our memory becomes sharper when it's challenged. Each test that God allows us to go through is a way to grow stronger. Let's see. I have a lot of trouble with starting to try to initiate. I developed a lot of social anxiety from my high school misadventures and belief of, I can't do it in a lot of areas. But here's a great visual my counselor showed me. Applies to almost any project you can think of. You just make it exist first. You can make it good later. Just make a relationship exist first. You can make it good later. Isn't that the kind of thing we're taught as disciples with God? Why is it hard to start, to continue something? Shame. I think God's favorite kind of humor is irony. For a really long time, I always thought I was terrible at science. First, I got a bachelor's of science in psychology, but that's not real science, I told myself. When I applied to UTD, the people reviewing them said, "Hey, this kid almost flunked out of environmental science. Let's accept him into the neuroscience program." Haha, thank you, God. Last year, one of the courses was a seminar on emotions. Yep, just emotions in general. One of the fun things I learned was how the course describes shame. Shame is a social emotion, distinct from guilt or fear. Guilt says, I did something bad. This is good for us. This is healthy. Helps us adjust to society better. Shame says, I am something bad. Shame is the hiding emotion, wanting attention to not be on oneself. So here's a quote from probably my favorite animated film, Kung Fu Panda, one that really resonated with me. My mom told me I fought really hard just to be looked like I was normal. He said, yeah, I stayed. I stayed because every time you threw a brick at my head or said I smelled, it hurt, but it could never hurt more than it did just every day of my life just being me. In this movie, Poe tries hard to be himself. He hates being clumsy, overweight, embarrassed of his hobbies, his habits, and his job at his dad's noodle shop. So Poe stays in a place where his master is abusive to him, hoping that enduring could make Poe into someone he doesn't hate. There's more that shame can do, but here are a couple of examples, more than a couple, from my own life. I would try to prove I'm competent at something, and usually hurt or embarrass myself in the process. I could lie or cheat to prove I'm smart. I have to prove I'm smart, because people tell me I am. I would turn to video games, pornography, or just straight up sleeping tons of hours so I didn't have to be awake, so it would numb the feeling. I would join in putting other people down, bullying, pranks, etc. I would chase success, relationships with noteworthy people, or publicity just like this. I would endure toxic relationships because I thought I would never be good enough for anything sincere, that I shouldn't ask for better. I'm worthless. I would hide my spiritual struggles like purity or laziness. They saw my problems, they wouldn't want anything to do with me. Most of all, I would try to hide who I was, what I liked, what hurt me, who I was. I put on a mask, taking on a totally different behavior depending on who I was around. The last one is pretty common in autism, but not exclusive to it. What is this? It's masking. At UTD, I had the opportunity to look into masking, or social camouflage, where we, autists, hide the autism. But this isn't exclusive to autism. Neurotypicals can do this as well. Choose to imitate the speech patterns of someone you like. Even the cadence. I could get that down pretty well. Forcing eye contact. Adopting different social roles, masks. It's mimicry. Anyone can put a mask on in a relationship. Put on a face that they think the other party wants to see. You can do this in marriage, or completely outside, nobody knows where you are. But the specific collection of masks you see here usually happens with autism. Secret identities are fun to watch, but not so fun to live. Much like secret identities, they come out eventually. The mask has to come off. Well, the study cited here focuses on some differences between boys and girls with autism. Its background sections provided a pretty clear picture of what the consequences of social camouflage look like. Masking can help initially. Studies I looked into showed that people who use a lot of social camouflage have better chances at getting friends and even employment. People who didn't mask were more likely to get rejected from interviews. But if you look at this on the right, we see that hiding who we are only goes so far. On the right of this chart is the normal way of doing things. We fidget, avoid looking at the other person, get in the personal bubble, don't make any facial expressions, and suddenly people think we're weird. On the left is the masking way of doing things. We look for and try to pick up what others are doing, then we do that. But of course, we get tired. We can't keep a fake identity. Statistics will show that holding up this mask leads to extreme anxiety, cognitive fatigue, depression, and higher risk of suicide. Both of these can lead to shame, and I've done both. So what do I do? Am I stuck? Do I have any options? No. Here's another study on camouflage. They interviewed nearly 280 individuals with autism. Almost universally, people who had autism found that social camouflage didn't bring them joy, it just avoided pain. It was a survival measure. Almost universally, people found relief when they were genuine and found genuine acceptance. When we don't need to hide, we can have a humble courage, this vulnerability that changes lives. Vulnerability is the culmination of everything I've talked about here. To be vulnerable is to be transparent with emotions, to acknowledge limits with humility, show meekness by refraining from putting up emotional walls. And it's a very enduring and patient thing to remain with someone when you're completely wide open. It is to show another how I feel without lashing out at them. It is opening myself up for an attack, but more importantly, it opens up for comfort, for relationship. So what does it look like when we're open? Statements over my life have started changing, or changed completely. I became relatable with my weaknesses. How was I going to learn if I didn't get help, if I didn't ask? When I was humble and saw what shame did to me, I could empathize even with the people who hurt others, people who hid their weaknesses and pain by inflicting it on other people. I didn't need to endure abuse to be loved, but I am commanded to love even those who hate me. Hiding was not what allowed me to have great relationships. It's what kept me from having them. Defensiveness. So, what does the hiding look like? Defensiveness is the overwhelming urge to protect yourself when you feel hurt, shame, sadness, or anger from someone. Instead of being open to self-reflection and having a healthy dialogue, you snap back. You're making a snarky remark, haha. Give someone the silent treatment or be critical in return. Here are some 2 ways we can talk to people who hurt us by something they said. When I repeat something I heard from you, facts only, then give my perspective first, that gives a chance for you to do the same. A little warning, not everyone will open up. The response, I'm sorry you feel that way, is a super frustrating wall. Communication is a 2-way street, but we want to do our part. I heard a pretty good quote recently that didn't make it into the slides. People aren't shamed into changing, they're loved into changing. So how do we handle conflicts? Firstly, you show respect. You don't just say you're wrong. When we criticize, those walls shouldn't surprise. It's very important to start off neutral or even positive. Don't start with accusations, complaints, or how they're wrong. Some people get suspicious when you start with a compliment. So how can we settle this suspicion? We can ask questions. Questions are one of our strongest weapons. I didn't get what you said when you meant. I didn't get what you meant when you said this. Can you help me? That implies I am interested in what you had to say. I want to understand you. I don't follow. Is there a different way you can word that? I didn't understand, but I want to. What did you mean when you said this? What you said was important to me, and I want to know more. Importantly, avoid the word but. Haha. Let me show you. Hey, customer service person, you said you have this on the policy, but I didn't get that benefit this month. So in that, we add criticism, condemning, and complaining, and a but all in one bad batch. Let's try something without any of that. Hello, is this customer service? Thank you, Marty. I was having some trouble this month, and I thought I qualified for a benefit in Section 15B of the contract. Would you be able to help me figure this out? That's humility. I'm admitting my issue. I'm having meekness, restraining from an accusation, and patience by gently giving them the reins of the conversation. The questions like, would you be able to? Or can you? It's a neat little trick. It gives an expectation of competence that the other party can meet. It says, I believe you're capable enough to help me. Prove me right. Begin arguments in a friendly way. When you can, food. Food can actually be a great start for an argument. It's funny. Why? So in neuroanatomy, neuroscience, we learned something about something called the orexigenic system, opposite of anorexic, in the brain's hypothalamus. In English, this circuit starting in the brain tells you I'm hungry, but also I'm irritated. Hangry is an actual biological thing in our brains. When you feed someone, you're shutting this system down. My professor who taught me this says that whenever she needs to talk with her husband, she'll make him a meal first. Works like a charm, especially with guys. Learn the art of apologies. What do I do when I'm in the wrong? People can't read us. We can't read people. So how do we make sure it seems like we're sincere? Start with an I'm sorry. No excuses, no rationalizations. For a lot of casual acquaintances, just these 2 words can be fine. I'm sorry. What we want out of an apology is sincerity. So that's what we need to aim for when we do it ourselves. Humility, highlighting in blue, is at the core of this. We acknowledge what we did wrong. Start with the action, just the action. I'm sorry. I made a commitment when I was not able to follow through on it. I made a promise, and I broke it. Second, add some insight. What thinking led you to the mistake? I was only looking out for myself. Third, think how they might feel if you were in their shoes. In doing this, I hurt your trust. Then ask for forgiveness. Avoid the statement, it won't happen again. Avoid the statement, it won't happen again, because if or when it does happen again, now you've broken their trust twice over. Fourth, repent. You're demonstrating that you know what you did wrong and how it affects the other person, and now they're more likely to trust that it won't happen again. But important to apologies is love. A few years ago, before I was a disciple, I pulled my dad into a session with my therapist. It wasn't a very good meeting to me at the time. I wanted to get him to admit what he did to me, to take responsibility for hurting me. The only one who had told me the abuse ever happened was Mom. It didn't work out. Meeting didn't work. And for the longest time, I pridefully labeled him as defensive, stubborn, and unable to admit any faults. It hurt my relationship with him badly. After I was a disciple, I recalled the first command with a promise. Honor your father and mother, and it will go well with you. It wasn't an easy decision, but it was the humble one, and turns out the right one. I decided I would reinitiate contact with him. Not because I wanted to. No, around that time, Jordan had asked me if I wanted anything to do with him. I said, I think it's what Jesus would want to do. So in 2023, I started reaching out to Dad, seeing when we could have lunch and talk. It felt different, talking to him as another adult. Nowadays, Dad initiates more than me, because grad school tends to make you busy. We have lunch on Fridays, once every month or 2 months. So I didn't love my dad for a brief period of time, but I put my trust in God, decided I would try being patient, trusted in saying that if I honored Dad when he hadn't honored me, God would somehow make things better. I underestimated God. I underestimated love. If I speak in tongues of men or angels, but do not have love, I am only a resounding gong or clanging cymbal. If I have the gift of prophecy, this is 1 Corinthians 13, by the way, and can fathom all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have a faith that can move mountains, but do not have love, I'm nothing. If I give all I possess to the poor and give my bodies to the flames that I may boast, but do not have love, I gain nothing. Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast. It is not proud. It does not dishonor others. It is not self-seeking. It is not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices in truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails. Patience is the word used to describe love first. What is patience? The word here, agape makrothrume, it's a mouthful, is actually a Greek verb. It's not an adjective like we might think. Love is patient. It's a verb meaning is long-suffering or forbears. Love forbears. In literal, it combines makros, long, thumos, anger. It means the action of being long-tempered. But 1 Corinthians 13 doesn't end there. But where there are prophecies, they will cease. Where there are tongues, they will be stilled. Where there is knowledge, it will pass away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part, but when completeness comes, what is in part disappears. When I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I became a man, I put the ways of childhood behind me. For now, we see only a reflection as in a mirror. Then we shall see face to face. Now, I know in part. Then I shall know fully, even as I am fully known. And now these three remain, faith, hope, and love. But the greatest of these is love. So we can compare. Paul shows us the things that people look at, the things that world thinks makes good relationships, don't last. Prophecies were a gift of the Spirit, being impressive to others, standing out with unique gifts. This will pass away. Tongues were a gift of the Spirit. It He was speaking the language of angels. Speaking well helped me make some friends, but it isn't what let me keep them. We want to be smart. I want to be smart, to be looked at like I was normal. But being smart was not what made me friends, nor what let me keep them. All of these things would disappear and pass away. Paul finishes this chapter by saying there will be three things that outlast everything: faith, hope, and love. Requires patience. Hope requires patience. Love requires patience. But the greatest of them is love. Up here, only a few of things that God gives us when we're humble, when we're patient, we're meek. Recently, God gave me peace. Remember when I said I underestimated God? I had a conversation with Dad a few weeks ago. I told him I was afraid of being a parent. Not that I'm having kids in the near future. That I wouldn't do very good. I wasn't good at taking care of our family dog, and I neglected her a lot. I mistreated her. And I would not call myself patient, gentle, or putting her needs before my wants. She passed away at the beginning of 2023. I looked at her like she was an inconvenience. I feared my parenting would go the same way. I went on to tell Dad that for a long time, very long time, I felt I was inherently more selfish than the people around me. Because I couldn't tell what they were thinking, so I didn't care. That I was morally corrupt and irredeemable. That I wouldn't really get better. So we had a talk about parenting. He talked about his relationship with his father, talks he'd had with his counselor, and some group therapy he'd gone to. Dad told me he had been impatient with me when I was young. Threat of shame around him in the church. They expected everyone to be awesome back then. If you weren't awesome, what were you? The threat of shame led to violent overreaction to what he described as kids being kids. We were just kids. I talked with him how domestic violence starts with a lot of shame, and he told me he had hurt me. He told me how he had hurt me. He had put an unrealistic expectation on me to act like an adult when I was still a kid. I had put unrealistic expectations on myself as a result, and it turned into shame. I don't know how often Dad went to God for help. I didn't ask during that conversation. Both Dad and I had gone to therapists, counselors, and God after he divorced my mom. They had the divorce. Dad learned to be more gentle with me over time, meek, humble, and patiently waited for the relationship to heal. I learned to be more humble and patient with him. Domestic abuse ruins a lot of relationships, and it did ruin ours. We were both humiliated, our relationship shadowed by shame for 2 decades. When I was humble and vulnerable with my struggles with Dad, and when he did the same, neither of us lashed at the other. We were meek, gentle with each other, giving up that guardedness that's common in a lot of these situations. When we imitated these qualities of Christ, and we were patient with God, trusting Him and trusting each other, God built a bridge. I could look up a dozen articles, dozen strategies, life hacks, and what have you. I could give so many of them to you guys here in this conference. A few of them could work. Some of them did for me. But if there's one line I can draw through every good relationship I have, it's this one. Whether I have autism or not, it doesn't change the fact that Christ is the way, truth, and the life. Thank you. Now, do we have time for Q&A? Okay. 5 minutes? Okay. So, quick fire, 5-minute Q&A, I guess. Yes, I can repeat the question. Yes. Okay.
Hold it right up.
So you mentioned that you were having suicidal thoughts as a kid. So what kind of helped you overcome those thoughts?
Let's see. What helped me overcome? I think it was partially that I wanted to commit suicide, but I was too afraid of the pain of it. It's possible that I could have, but much more recently, when those thoughts come, it's remembering that my life is worth it, that I am worth it, that I and you are indispensable.
That answers my question.
Thank you.
You mentioned how you can either come out right and show your autism when you're trying to make a relationship, or to mask it and eventually get to the point where you tell them. At what point did you tell your girlfriend right off the bat that you have autism? Or did you get a few dates in and then tell her?
From the outset, I think. First date.
First date? That's impressive.
Yeah. I would say,
Were you nervous about it?
no, I wouldn't say so. I think that's probably because since, like, I've had a bit of time to come to terms with vulnerability and be used to being open about my autism. It takes time. Again, practice. You're not gonna get success instantly. I can definitely tell you with relationships, I was rejected 20 times before I even graduated high school. 20 different girls. And a few of them were bullied out of accepting those dates.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, Garrett, so you and I seem to have a bit of a similar spiritual journey. I know you were in my studies, but I'm just curious, because you said you studied the Bible like 2 or 3 times before you finally made the decision. What do you think was different compared to the previous studies, compared to the one that had you make the decision?
I understood grace. I didn't really understand, because in high school, my mind was still spinning day after day after day with those high expectations. That I didn't meet these high expectations. I didn't have the zeal I saw in everyone else. I didn't have this fire. It was just kind of quiet. I'm getting this wrong, I thought. So I didn't see myself getting it like everyone else. Everyone else seemed to get it with a relationship with a God. But then it was the case of, I can make it exist first. I can make it good later. Oh, okay.
About the masking, what was the process of learning how to unmask? Because I believe many, such as myself, could empathize with it being automatic, and I can't really tell when it's on or off because I've been doing it for so long.
Yeah. I think part of it is when you are opening up to people about your autism and they're not judging you for it, it becomes much more natural because your brain instinctively sees, oh, they're not treating me with judgment. I can fidget, it's okay. They're not really like minding it too much. it was mostly a subconscious process for me. And while it might not be the same for others, in some periods I would catch myself, oh, I'm doing this autistic thing. No, I don't need to stop doing that. It was like stopping the stopping. It was taking the brakes off, which is not safe on the road. It's safe with autism. One more question?
I guess what I'm wondering, I know Jesus talks about it a lot. I wonder if you'd be willing to talk about forgiveness in the context of, I guess, autism, right? I found it very useful and inspiring, your thought about make it exist and then make it good. And
Yep.
I wonder if that could apply to forgiveness, and if you'd be willing to share something about, like, I thought it was inspiring. You said it was only a few weeks ago with your dad. So I'm wondering if you'd be willing to share a little bit about the difference between you had a forgiveness enough to get baptized, to have a legitimate Holy Spirit enter you, but yet it stands to reason there was a difference between a few weeks ago and then even in the future. Like, wonder if you'd be willing to share anything about how you process that, maybe even from an autistic perspective.
I guess from the standpoint of, I don't know if I understood the question. Could you repeat that one more time? Yeah, I didn't understand.
Just
quite.
if you'd be
Is
willing
there-
to share anything about forgiveness from an autistic perspective, especially as it relates to make it exist and make it good, or then reprocessing something later.
Yeah.
Like, is there such a thing as, good enough, but then you still, or like even with your dad, do you sometimes still feel tempted to see things from a worldly point of view, or to see things from a painful point of view, things like that?
Yeah. So, two parts to this, I guess. So, we dive into theology, I guess, temporarily. We have baptism as part of our salvation, and then our process of heading towards God by changing our behavior, that's sanctification. We believe his son died, was buried, rose from the dead 3 days later, and we're baptized and repenting. Repent, then be baptized. And that's the process of salvation. So sanctification is everything that comes after that. But how Eddie explained it to me was relationship with God, it's not a fence. I'm not on one side or the other. It's a watering hole. So long as I'm going towards that watering hole, I'm good. So long as I'm seeking the water, so long as I'm looking for the water, that's how I know that I'm on the right path. That's how I know I'm right with God, so long as I am seeking, because I will find. Thank you.
Was I right or was I right? Garrett Green, everybody. All right, for all of us here in person, as well as those joining us from around the world and around the country, we are going to take a break for about 20 minutes. You can go and do whatever it is that you need to do to take care of yourself. We'll come back at 2 o'clock Central Standard Time, at which point, those of us that are in person, we will be meeting over in the studio. That's the next session with May Roberts. And we'll all be together on that one. If you need a break, if you need to check out, there's the quiet room. By all means, you have access to that. If you are lessoned out today, I understand that as well. Go hang out in the fellowship room, the hub. If you feel like singing and you got to get your karaoke on, then we'll have that set up for you as well. But 20 minutes, use the restroom. We'll see you over in the studio. And one last thing. Make sure that, yes, take everything out of here with you, because we'll be setting up for our worship service that will start promptly at 4 o'clock in this room. And after the 2 o'clock session, we'll be taking a group photo all together in the studio. Garrett Green, thanks again, bro.